Good morning, everybody. We're getting ready to get started over here at the Clermont County Meat Goat Association show for the children. We are going to start with an opening prayer. If everybody could take a minute to bow. You guys ready? All right, bow our heads. Just Lord, please be with all of us today and let us be an example for the kids and let us all remember why we're here. And just thanks for blessing us and allowing us to do these kind of things to advance our country. Just thanks for our freedoms and thanks for sending Jesus. In Jesus' name, amen.
At this time, we need Class 1, Division 1 of market goats to be making their way to the show arena. Those exhibitors are Hannah Florence, Mackenzie Foreman, Sam Off, and Carissa Raymond. I need Class 2 to be getting ready in the barn. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 of market wethers. I need Class 2 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Kinley Likens, Alexa Baker, Josh Grober, Jacob Foreman, Sophia Oth, and Kaylee Rott. I need Class 3 to be getting ready in the barn. I need Class 2 of market goats to be making their way outside the arena. Kenley Likens, Alexa Baker, Josh Grober, Jacob Foreman, Sophia Ott, and Kaylee Rott. Please make your way outside the arena at this time.
Let me start off by backing up a little bit here. Let me start off by saying it's a great morning to have a goat show. The weather's cooperating. It's really, really cool out here under these fans, and that's kind of unusual this time of year, but it's an honor to be able to come down here and work with your youngsters again. I think they told me it might have been 10 years ago I was here. We enjoyed it then. It's sure great to be invited back. We're going to start with our youngest and our lightest here. We got our youngest showman and we got our lightest goats out here. So we're going to get started today. We're going to start with the young lady's little doe kid up here on this end. When you look at her, she's got the most width to her skeleton. As she goes to the ground, she's got plenty of width. Really carries it back through. I love the shape to her rib. And then when I get a hold of her, she has some top laying in her and carries it right back into that lower quarter. 1 and 2nd again, just needed more time to fill out, to have more product laying down her top and to carry it on back through. We need to open her up right there as you look right behind her blades. I want to give her a little more shape in that area, and then that will give her a lot more capacity from front to rear. Same way 1 and 3rd. It just wants to flatten out on me. Wants to be a little steeper in its rump. Just need a little more time. Folks, work on these guys like these last two. They look to me like they might have a little internal parasites. They didn't grow for you quite right. Goats are really bad about internal parasites. Stay up on them dewormers. But that goat really has a lot of nice things about it. I like its front end. I mean, it just needs a little more time, a little more feed, okay? Same way with the young lady down here on the end. This goat just needed to be fed a little longer. Maybe work on that program of getting it fed, a little more care with the dewormers. It looks like it needs some dewormer for me. Stay up on that because that's really a problem. Has been since '99 for me and my goats. So I know it is for everyone. Let's give them a big round of applause as we send them back to the barn.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 of market goats. I need Class 3 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Sophia Oth, Lauren Best, AJ Cunningham, Haley Moe, Tanner Denton, Also for Class 3, we need Shia Florence and Benjamin Florence. I need Class 4 to be getting ready in the barns. Congratulations, Class 1. First place, Sam Oth. Second place, Mackenzie Foreman. Third place, Carissa Raymond. And fifth place, Hannah Florence.
As we get into our second class here, we're getting a little more product laying in that top. We're getting some more width. We're getting more shape. I really like this weather that starts the class. When you look at how deep he is in his side, I like that depth in there. I like that width. Look how wide open he is in that chest floor. When he goes to the ground, he's the widest one by far. Young lady, I told her, I'll tell you what I told her when you see him. I said, leave him stand on the ground. He looks the best standing on the ground, not with his two front feet dangling. He looked really good. So if you see me do that, I just want to get a better look at the animal. I'm not helping the exhibitor. I'm just wanting to see it better. So if you see me do that, just so you know. Then it was close from here on down. I just had to look, pick, and choose for that top laying down there, and then how they come off of that hip. When they come into that rump, I like the one in second a little better than the rest of them. Yeah, none of them, they need to be a little flatter all the way down, but it's a little fuller right there down its top, a little wider made, a little heavier bone, bigger in its foot. Then one in third. This young man does a good job showing her. I just got to open her up. She wants to be really flat-ribbed. You give her more width, and the way you show her, she has a pretty nice top in her. Just got out-horsed in that bottom 1/3. That's why you're down in third. 1 in 4th here, the red one. I really liked this goat when it come in, but boy, it disappointed me when I got my hands down its top and felt down over its top, down over its rump, and you get into that back bottom 1/3, it's just not wide enough and bold enough in that area. And same way with ones on down the line here, they just got to have more product laying in that top. I'd like to open them up, give them some more stoutness in their bone. Young lady down here on the end, I think that goat had more time and would weigh about another 15, 20 pounds, really could move really up because I like the structure, just don't like the feel of it. Let's give them a big round of applause as they go back.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 of Division 1 market goats. I need Class 4 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Joanna Grober, Sam Opp, Tucker Denton, Jake Bunting, Walker Denton, and Kylie Pence. I need Class 5 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 2, first place, Kaylee Rott, breeder Rising Star Showgoats. Second place, Sophia Oth, breeder Jones Family Farm. Third place, Josh Grober, breeder Jones Family Farm. Fourth place, Jacob Foreman, breeder Jones Family Farm. Fifth place, Alexa Baker, breeder Jones Family Farm. Sixth place, Kinley Likens, breeder Jones Family Farm.
Well, in this class here, there's one that come in the ring that really, when it walked through the door, it just grabbed me by how long a body down its top it is. I'm kind of old-fashioned, and some of this stuff I like longer bodied animals that put the structure together along with the complete package. This doe that I started the class with, when you look down her top, she's got a lot of product in there width-wise. I make it longer, I get a lot more chops. What's the top selling product? It's a funny thing. The longer that loin is, the more we get of it to sell. Folks, I sell meat for a living. I have my own meat company. So believe me, that makes a difference when you got more to sell out of an animal with the cost of everything that's involved today. And the one in second, I think, follows her. I didn't describe her. I better go back and describe her because I wanted for you to see it. Look how straight she is down her top. As she blends in right behind her blades, she really fills in there. You get a hold of that old top. It rolls up. It's got a lot of product carried right down in that lower rump. Really nice package. One in second, I think, follows in pattern. This wether follows her in pattern. Just don't have that top shape that our class winner did. And when I get my hands on him, he wants to roll up his spine there between his blades and around his top, but one that I think matches our class winner the closest in this class. The one in third, I really like this goat. I like the feel of her. Just want to blow her apart down there in that bottom 1/3 as I study that chest floor and open her up right there in that particular area, carry her down into that forearm, and then as I bring it back in, I want to see her wider and more bold in that stifle. The one in next, young man's goat right here, I really like the pattern of it. It's long through its rump. I just got to open it up, give it more product. Really, he doesn't have the feel of the ones above him, but one I really like the structure of him and the overall look. The next young man's wether here, I got to level his top. I want to jack him up right there behind his blades, level him out, and then he wouldn't be a steep rump either as he goes around the ring, but one that has some product over the ones down in the bottom. One down the bottom, give them a shot more bone. You got to give them some more boldness to get the product in them. But ones that from top to bottom, we had some really nice animals. Give them a big round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 of Division 1 Market Goats. I need Class 5 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Tate Tislin, Ellie Hazelbaker, Alexa Baker, Johanna Grober, Bailey Fishback, and Joshua Florence. Congratulations, Class 3. First place, Haley Moe, Breeder Rising Star Showgoats. Second place, Lauren Best, Breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Third place, Sophia Oth, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Fourth place, AJ Cunningham, Breeder SLAK Farm. Fifth place, Tanner Denton, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Sixth place, Kaya Florence, Breeder Hedrick Boar Goats. And sixth place, Benjamin Florence, Breeder Hedrick Boar Goats. I need the first and second place winners from classes 1, 2, and 3 to be getting ready in the barn.
Well, we get into this class, it just keeps getting better every class. I mean, we've had a lot of good competition before, but as they get bigger, they're filled out, and we have some more product to work with. We've got just some more power when you look from that ground up as they get wider and they get heavier boned and just get more product laying in them. I started with the young ladies' weather here on this end. I think one that when it comes through the gate, it's opened up when you look at that chest floor, squares off, got some stoutness to its bone, really square-footed, really goes around the ring wide. I like that when it walks away from me. One that puts together a complete package for me. Really an attractive goat with a good feel. The one in second, this doe right here, she has a lot of similarities to our class winner. She's just not as bold. If you want to sit around the ring and look what I'm looking at, you look right in this area, right behind her blades, right here. Well, she don't want to let me do it. He don't want to let me do it. But anyhow, when I look at them and analyze them, I like the shape. And this goat here wants to flatten just a little bit there. Wants to shove its spine up between its blades a little higher than our class winner, right there on top of its neck. Kind of takes away from the front end of that goat a little bit, but a really nice doe to have in second when I get my hands down her top and she carries it right, walks away from me. Not quite as wide as our class winner, but she's really a nice package. When the third one, when you look at it, just doesn't have that bloom to it. It doesn't have as much product laying down its top. It doesn't have the bone. Kind of wants to get a little straight in that front end, wants to get out over its knee a little bit, wants to be a little straight in its hock. But I think it fits in that third hold really nice. Then as we get down here, ones that want to be narrower underneath, doesn't have the product in them as the ones above them. It's really close down here on this end. You can flip them, but really, really a nice class. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 of Division 1 Market Goats. I need the first and second place winners from Classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 to be making their way outside the arena. Places 3 and 4, please be getting ready in the barn. From Class 1, I need first place Sam Oth, second place Mackenzie Foreman. From Class 2, first place Kaylee Rott, second place Sophia Oth. Class 3, first place I need Haley Moe, and second place Lauren Best. And from Class 4, I need first place Kylie Pike, and second place Johanna Grober. Please make your way outside the arena at this time. Congratulations, Class 4. First place, Kylie Pike, breeder 3 goats and a kid. Second place, Johanna Grober, breeder Jones Family Farm. Third place, Sam Oth, breeder Jones Family Farm. Fourth place, Jake Bunting, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Fifth place, Walker Denton, breeder Jones Family Farm. In sixth place, Tucker Denton, breeder Jones Family Farm. At this time, I also need the third place winners from classes 1 through 4 to be making their way outside the arena. Class 1, third place, Carissa Raymond. Class 2, third place, Josh Grober. Class 3, third place, Sophia Oth. Class 4, third place, Sam Oth. Please make your way outside the arena.
Well, in this class, these top three here, I did some giving and taking on them. I know I really like a lot of things about them, but when I get down to it, this one here starts the class. It's the overall length of body, the feel to it. He has a really good feel. When you get down that bottom 1/3 there, from stifle to stifle, he's the fullest, the widest there. Maybe sometimes he gets out there, he wants to beat a little bit down on his pasterns. That's the only thing that was in my mind. why he just didn't grab this class, but I think one that when you look at him, analyze him, he's got to be in that first hole. 1 and 2nd and 3rd, they're awful close. If you look, they both want to bring their spine up between their blades a little bit more. They, the 1 and 2nd, maybe its hind legs is not set under it quite as good as the 1 and 3rd. It's a give and take, but the 1 and 2nd's longer bodied. I really like the feel down his top. I think he fits in that 2nd hole following our class winner. 1 and 3rd, I just seen it being a little shorter down his top, a little shorter in its overall makeup. Really like the feel of that weather. Just stretch him out a little bit, and I think he could play right up to the top. We get down here, 1 and 3rd, or one the young lady's got right here. This doe here, I'd like to have more time in her. If you look at her, she really has a nice profile to her, got a big foot in her, really got a nice profile. Give her a little more shape right there behind her rib, open her up, give her a little more forearm. But when I get my hands down her top and you see when I pull out on that skin, that tells me if they're kind of dehydrated. And when we get to the fair, sometimes they don't like to drink and eat, and that skin will get loose on there because the moisture has come out of the loin. And that's why, and down over their whole body, they lose the moisture in there because they're dehydrated. I feel like she's a little more dehydrated, she doesn't have the feel because she's a little looser hided, but one to be that good to be down the line. Then we got ones down there, it's not as big frame, not as heavy bone. The red goats really has a lot of product in it. Feel like it's starting to cover just a little bit, out over its loin edge just a tad. Then the one down at the end just doesn't have the shape and overall width and balance that are ones above it. Let's give them a round of applause as they go back.
Entering the ring at this time are the 1st and 2nd place winners for Division 1 overall. Congratulations, Class 5. 1st place, Tate Tislin, Breeder Tislin Farm. 2nd place, Alexa Baker, Breeder Jones Family Farm. 3rd place, Johanna Grober, Breeder Jones Family Farm. 4th place, Bailey Fishback, Breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. 6th place, Ellie Hazelbaker, Breeder Jones Family Farm. And 6th place, Joshua Florence, Breeder Hetrick Boar Goats. At this time, I need Class 6 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Gabe Ebbing, Carla Evans, Josie Benjamin, Rowdy Etling, and Will Taylor. I need Class 7 to be getting ready in the barn. If you have not signed up for Showmanship and you would like to sign up, you can see Renee outside the arena.
As we get into our division champion here, the young man, I just told him, I complimented him. If you think showmanship don't mean much, ask him. He just showed himself into that first hole. It was awful, awful close. He really got that goat looking good. When I come out there, I'm going to make my final decision. There he is. Really close between my top pair. Slight division there. Really, I like the length of body on the goat. I've talked to him in class. He puts together a good package for me. He's got a couple things, but none of them's perfect. I really like the overall size of him, the length of body, the size of his foot. That's what makes a deciding factor, and the young man brought him out here and presented him. Let's give him a round of applause for that. Our young lady in second with this doe here, I really like that goat when it come in class. She's just younger, doesn't have the experience. Work on it because you've got a really good animal there to start with. I don't know if you're going to sell her for market or if you're going to take her home and breed her, but that's one to work with right there. Really one that I like the top in it. If you'll look at her, she's really flat. When you look at her top, her backbone's down in her. It's not, her spine's not up. She has a groove down her top. Really has a great feel. And then we get on down, I like these goats in class, and really, I just don't think they put together that overall look, that show animal look for me, but one that to get above the top two, but ones that have a lot of feel and a lot of quality to them. Again, let's give them, all five of them, a big round of applause for this division.
Congratulations, Division I Grand Champion Tate Tislin, Reserve Champion Haley Moe, 3rd overall Alexa Baker, 4th overall Kaylee Rott, and 5th overall Kylie Pike. Entering the arena at this time is Division II, Class 6. I need Class 7 to be making their way to the arena. Those exhibitors are Henry Gray, Walker Denton, Brielle Cochran, Logan Harless, Olivia Sloan, and Kaylee Rott. I need Class 8 to be getting ready in the barn.
Well, folks, yeah, we need to give this class a round of applause. I hated to even have to put one down here at the end. If you look at them from top to bottom, they got bone, they got structure, they've got eye appeal. Now we get down here at the end. I'll talk to you in a minute about that, but I'm going to start with my class winner. This wether, when he come in, I really liked the boldness that he had in that front end, that size of foot, that size of bone. He's got the most shape when you're sitting around the ring. When I talk about shape, I want roundness to the rib. That's how we make them wider top and bottom. Make us draw a circle around in front of them, and then you slide that circle across any animal, whether they're standing right over here. I judge them, we show them, I judge and show these. Same thing. You want shape to that rib, roundness to that rib. We open the rib up in the center. We make bigger, wider tops because of symmetrics. They set them blades out further apart. Then we got wideness and boldness down in that bottom 1/3, gives them that chest in there. And why is the chest so important? Because they'll grow and they'll be healthy. You give them more love. That chest is very, very important. That's why I talk about that size of that chest, how much room's in there for these goats to produce and to be a product at the end with less feed and less effort. The one we start with excels the class in that. If you look at it sitting around ringside, just that overall boldness to his rib, and then look up down his top. When I look at that groove, I talk about the groove. Look at the groove down his top, the muscle laying in it. That's what shows me he's got product laying there. And then when I get down in the bottom of his twist there, his rump, he's the widest and fullest from stifle to stifle. Really, really nice class winner. And then it got really extremely close in our second and third. When the red weather come in, he didn't grab me at first. I thought maybe he was a little shyer in his bone and overall structural size. But man, you gotta love how clean fronted he is. Look how clean fronted. There's no waist up there in that neck. When I get my hands on him, he's really comparable to all of them in here. He's not as long bodied, I'll give him that. But when you look at him, he's got a groove down his top. He's got the most. And the deciding factor between them, and you guys can all see it, look from stifle to stifle when they go out. He's got more width and more shape and more fullness in that area. That's the difference between second and third. Young man, you did a great job showing this weather. You need to commend for that. You did a great job. You had him looking his best all the time. Like this weather, he's not as bold. You look at him, and I think something has to do with the horns being on him, but I try to ignore that. But I'll tell you, folks, I love it that you don't make them dehorn them. But I'll tell you, it's an optical illusion. When they have horns, they don't look as wide. That's when you cut them horns off, that shortens that head up, and it makes it they look wider from front to the rear. Now, if you don't want to dehorn them, that's fine, because that's a job, and raising wethers for over 20 years now, that's the job that I hate the worst on the farm, is dehorning, to be honest with you. But young man, that goat, I really like this. I like the profile of him. I like a lot of things about him. Just thought he flattened out a little bit in his center portion of his rib, and he's not as wide. When you look at his forearm, he doesn't have the forearm or the stifle muscle that the ones above him. Great goat to be in third. One in fourth, this goat here just wants to be a little wastier. When you look down in that heart girth, wants to fill out there, really goat, not as big and bold in its bone, but one you've really got to appreciate for the overall product in him. And the same way with the young lady down at the end. Beautiful goat, just don't have the product laying in it. It's one that dehydrated a little bit on her. She's a little looser skin, doesn't have as much boldness in that top 1/3. But boy, I told her, I said, I hate to have to put you down there, but I have to have one here and one down there. It's my opinion. I'm just judging the goats because these kids are wonderful. Let's give them another round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Division II, Class 7 of market goats. I need Class 8 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Peyton Miller, Kylan Cochran, Angela Jones, Kinley Likens, Alicia Boone, Savannah Pennington, and Easton Jennings. I need Class 9 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 6. First place, Carla Evans, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Second place, Rowdy Etling, breeder Tislin Farm. Third place, Will Taylor, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Fourth place, Gabe Ebbing, breeder Haywire Homestead. Fifth place, Josie Benjamin, Breeder Tislin Farm.
We get into this class, there's some give and take here a little bit from top to bottom, but I started with this young lady's wether here on top. When I look at him, he's the biggest footed. He sets his feet down, he's up on his pastures. He's got the most width down in that bottom 1/3. And then when I get my hands down his top, he has the most product laying there. Really, really nice, balanced up wether to start the class. One is second, follows him in pattern. And when I get my hands on him, he kind of disappoints me down his top. He doesn't have the product as our class winner, but when I'm following the pattern, he follows in And the thing that really excels in this goat, if you'll look at the forearm in him, he's really got a big forearm in him. think that was a deciding factor from second to third. We get into our third goat. He's a little taller. He wants to be a little narrower made. When you get in behind your third place goat, he doesn't have as much width and power in that area. Love the profile, love him. Just got to give him some more power down that bottom 1/3. We get down in fourth and fifth here. Goats that just have as much muscle shape, not as much bone. Look how good they're groomed. Look how clean they are. Look how nice they've got them. They've got them fitted up. They've done a great job feeding them. Give them a round of applause if you would, please.
Entering the ring at this time is Division II, Class 8 of market goats. At this time, I need Class 9 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Easton Jennings, Whitney Hauserman, Bryce Baker, Grant Liming, Eden Myers, and Charlie Troxel. I need Class 10 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 7. First place, Brielle Cochran, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Second place, Olivia Sloan, Breeder JoJo Ranch. Third place, Kaylee Rott, Breeder Rising Star Show Goats. Fourth place, Logan Harless, Breeder Hedrick Boar Goats. Fifth place, Walker Denton, Breeder Jones Family Farm. We would like to introduce our judge for today, Tim Blair. He is from Darke County, Ohio, where he is the owner and operator of his own small business of marketing his own farm products. For the last 12 years, he has been selling what he raises through their meat business, which has been his passion for years. He's been in every aspect of livestock farming and judging his whole life. He was one of the first to bring the boar goats into the Ohio area in 1999. His family has had a great success over the years with over 100 champions that he has either shown or sold. Please give him a round of applause for coming out and judging for us today. Just a reminder, after the final drive of the market goats, we will show the dairy weather class, and then we'll go to the breeding does.
Well, we had several different things in this class to sort through, to look at, and I really appreciate it. It took a little more time, but I wanted to make sure I gave every one of them a fair shake, and I wanted to really analyze their animals as they're standing out here and as they go around the ring. We decided to start with the red goat here on this end. When you look at him, he puts together the most cleanest package out over his rib and down his top, and he has the most product laying there right down the center portion of his top. Yeah, I would probably open him up a little bit right there in the center part of his rib, but we're being critical in the class that we did a lot of giving and taking to get our line up. One that when I get behind him right there from stifle to stifle is as full right there in the center part of his twist as any of them out here. The one in second, really like this goat. He comes at me wide, but boy, I tell you, the longer he's out here, the more he wants to be out over his shoulder. If you look at him, his knees are past the points of his shoulder. He wants to be a little bit rough up there in that front end. And then right behind his blade, I got to change his blade. I want to slide it back on his body, and if I could do that, class winner easy. Just got to watch that front end in these goats. I like the feel of him. He's got to feel like a cement floor. Really everything good. Just change that front end, wins the class. One and third. Again, when I look at him and I feel him, I really like the feel of him, but I just think that he's just down on his pastures a little more than the rest of them, and I really like to clean him up right there over his front two ribs. Feel like he's starting to cover a little bit in that area. I think it's just a little more wasty, and when you look at him, he wants to wrinkle a little bit. The one that puzzled me the most in the class was a spotted goat out here. I tell you, when he come in, I really thought, there's probably one I'm going to run with in the class. But the longer he's out here, the more he wanted to get down. He wanted to just sink in his tracks. Young lady, you got to learn over the years' experience to keep him awake. He wants to go to sleep on you. He wants to sag down. He wants to slope his rump on him way too much. He wants to be a little flatter in his rib than the ones above him, but I really like the profile of this goat and the feel of him. Then we get down here, ones that you look at them, they just don't have the style and balance of the ones above them. I think the next one really I think if he had just a little more appearance to him, you see how he wants to wrinkle, and that takes away from him. He doesn't have that show goat appeal, what I'm looking for. And the rest of them just a little wastier in their bottom one-third. One in the back need to change its hip and hind legs. Wants to be down on its pastures. Let's give them a good round of applause as they go back.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 9 of Division 2 Market Goats. I need Class 10 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Reed Etling, Kira Moe, Gunnar Troxel, Will Taylor, Kenny Heflin, and Alex Gunsakira. Congratulations, Class 8, first place, Easton Jennings, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Second place, Angela Jones, breeder Jones Family Farm. Third place, Peyton Miller, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Fourth place, Kylan Cochran, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Fifth place, Alicia Boone, breeder A&B Goats. Sixth place, Kenley Likens, breeder Jones Family Farm. And sixth place, Savannah Pennington, breeder Hickory Flats Farm.
we've got three very nice goats up here on this end. The whole class is pretty nice. These three up here on the end, when I look at the overall show package that I'm looking for, size of foot, flatness of bone, size of bone, right in the center portion of their body, I want them exploded, got some muscle on both ends, really muscled up in that front end, carries it back to from stifle to stifle, get down his top. This class, this weather excels this class. One and second, I really like the overall power and muscle of that goat when I get down his top, but if you look at him, he doesn't have the forearm or the bone shape, and he's not as wide from front to rear as our class winner, but I like the pattern of that goat. Young ladies had a hard time showing it to me sometimes. He don't want to cooperate, but when you really get it from muscle to muscle, size of foot, size of bone, it excels the third place goat. I really like the meat and the feel of the red goat. Just when I look at the bone size, size of foot, and he probably wants to be a little wastier down in these bottom 1/3 than our two above him. But boy, that's a really nice goat to be in the third hole. I really considered him moving him up to a couple, but when I look at that overall size of bone and flatness of bone, the one and second beats him. One and fourth, another red goat that the boys had trouble showing him. A lot of times when these youngsters are showing him like the one was in third, sometimes you overshow them. You want to just let them out there, you get what you got, and let them stand there, let the judge analyze them, give them that good look, and let them stand there. I know I had a grandson that every time the judge would walk up to him to look at his goat, he'd start messing with it. I'm like, let the judge see it. You know, it was hard for him to understand that. He eventually become a really good showman. But sometimes you just got to take what you get, let that goat stand, and let the judge analyze him. With the two red ones, I kind of had that problem. Then we get on down the line, a couple that just are flatter in their overall makeup. You just have that muscle down in the bottom 1/3, really trim goat. When I get up over his loin, I like that little steeper runt, a little finer in his bone. Then our weather and last, he really wants to be flatter, narrower made. But boy, he's got a nice carcass in him. Young lady did a nice job. He showed as good as anything out here. Give him a good round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Division 2, Class 10 of market goats. I need the first and second place winners from classes 6, 7, 8, and 9 to be making their way to the show arena. Congratulations. Congratulations, Class 9, first place, Bryce Baker, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Second place, Eden Myers, breeder 3 goats and a kid. Third place, Charlie Troxel, breeder River Valley Farm. Fourth place, Easton Jennings, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Fifth place, Grant Liming, breeder Jones Family Farm. Sixth place, Whitney Hauserman, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. From Class 6, I need first place, Carla Evans. Second place, Rowdy Etling. Third place, Will Taylor. Class 7, I need first place, Brielle Cochran. Second place, Olivia Sloan. Third place, Kaylee Rott. From Class 8, I need first place, Easton Jennings. Second place, Angela Jones. Third place, Peyton Miller. And from Class 9, I need first place, Bryce Baker. Second place, Eden Myers. And third place, Charlie Troxel. Please make your way outside the arena at this time. I need Class 11 to be getting ready in the barn.
We get in this class, we got a lot of red ones in here, and it happens so that I like red goats. So you guys are playing right into the judge's hand here a little bit. But the color has very little to do with the quality of the goats. But we've always showed Duroc hogs at the state fair. We've always showed Duroc. In fact, that's the only hog on my farm's a Duroc, red hogs. I got Jersey cows. They're almost red. And then I got a lot of red goats too. I like the color red. And top it all off, I'm a Buckeye fan. So, you know, anyhow, some of you agree with that, some of you won't. But we got started this weather, start the class this weather right here. I think he puts together of the best of the most of the best. When you look at him, he's got more shape to the center portion of his rib. He's opened up in his bottom 1/3 more than our other ones in the class. Yeah, I'd clean him up just a little bit. I think right there in that front rib, maybe a little, and I think he's starting to shelve just a little bit over his loin eye, but nothing major. Really one that I think when you look at that show goat appearance, he has a lot of it. One in second. I really like the muscle in this goat. I like the more stoutness of bone. I got to fix him right there at the top of his shoulder blades. When you look at him there at his blades, he wants to shove his spine up out of him. He's not as level and he's not as flat. He's not as good as our class winner in that particular area, but a close pair when it comes to muscle and overall feel. The 1 1/3. I like the length of body. I like the meat in this goat. I like the way she showed him for a lot of the class out here. Just got to change his front end. I think when he gets a little crazy off his front end there a little bit when she's setting him up, same way with his back end. I want to strengthen him, give him a little more bone, put him down that bottom 1/3, give him some more forearm, then we'll have more stifle back there. This goat right here, when he come in, I really liked him as he hit the gate. I like the boldness of his foot, the bone he has. But boy, he just jiggles a little too much when he walks for me. He's a little looser in his hide, a little more waisty down in that bottom 1/3. But a goat that's got a lot of stout features about him. Then as we get down ones that just don't have that correctness to their overall structural makeup, don't have the power down their top. This goat here, I thought he looked better on the go, and when I was analyzing him out in the ring, but when I get my hands on him, just doesn't have near as much product, and you can see it down in that bottom 1/3. And then the doe down here at the end, she's a little smaller in her overall features. She just doesn't have the muscle as the wethers above her or the doe above her. So let's give them a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time are the first and second place winners from classes 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Third place winners from classes 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 should be outside the arena. Congratulations, Class 10. First place, Kenny Heflin. Breeder Tislin Farm. Second place, Will Taylor, Breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Third place, Kira Moe, Breeder Rising Star Show Goats. Fourth place, Gunnar Troxel, Breeder River Valley Farm. Fifth place, Reed Etling, Breeder Tislin Farm. Sixth place, Alex Gunsakira, Breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. I need Class 11 to be getting ready in the barn. Attention market goat exhibitors. Just a reminder, you have 1 hour after the conclusion of the show to remove any goats that will not be going through the sale. So that's breeding does or wethers. You have 1 hour after the show to remove those. At this time, Class 11, please make your way outside the show arena. Those exhibitors are Riley Smith, Whitney Hauserman, Evie Bartlett, Bryce Baker, Gunnar Troxel, and Charlie Troxel. Class 12, please be getting ready in the barn.
Well, let's give them all a round of applause for being out here for this division. This young man's Weathers I started this division with. When you get your hands on him, he's got as good a feel as any goat's been out here. Puts together that style and balance that I'm looking for, that width, that forearm, he's width between his stifle joints, sets his feet and legs down. I think he's pretty easy to win this division. That's really a nice goat. Young lady in that first class, we had a tough first class when we come back out in this division. I really appreciated that goat for his width, the size of his bone, the size of his foot. Really puts together that balance for me and that show animal look. That's why he's in second. Then we followed with the red one out of that class. It was really close, really opened up, really puts together a smooth, nice, clean package for me. Then we followed with the red one. I really appreciate the meat he has down his top and the width he has in between his stifles there. And then the young lady's goat down here. I changed some things about his structure on the one we made fifth, but one that when you gotta appreciate him when you put your hands on him. Hard as a rock, got a lot of product in there. Young lady does a good job having him when I get a hold of him to feel him. Give him a round of applause again. Really nice division.
Entering the arena at this time is we need Bryce Baker with your goat for class 11. Okay, sorry. Entering the arena at this time is the heavyweight division. This is class 11 of market goats. I need class 12 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Angela Jones, Alicia Boone, Riley Pence, Peyton Miller, Emma Smith, and Brooklyn Wareham. Class 13, please be getting ready in the barns. Congratulations, middleweight division grand champion Bryce Baker, reserve champion Carla Evans, third overall Rowdy Etling, fourth overall Easton Jennings, and fifth overall Eden Myers. Attention in the barns, if you could please keep the pigs in the pen during the goat show, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Well, as we get out here in this class, I think we had a pretty well class winner. He really hit me the hardest as he come in the gate. He's leveled down. He's top. He has the most bone, the most flatness in his bone. He's got a bigger foot, really opened up, really stout made, big form. Really nice goat to start the class. The paint goat in second, I got to change him right behind his blades. I want to level him down his top a little bit. When he comes from his point of his shoulder to his hip, I want to level him in that area. But boy, he's got a lot of product. He's opened up underneath, got a big foot in him, fits in that second hole pretty handily. We get into 1 and 3rd. He's not as wide. He don't have as much chest floor as the ones above him. He does a little flatter in his overall makeup. He got a lot of product in him. He wants to be a little looser heighted than some of the others, but really fits in that 3rd hole. Then as we get on down the line, ones that's finer in their features, finer in their bone. This goat here is starting to put a little cover out over his rib, but the ones down the line just a little narrow. But boy, they're nice, they're clean, they've showed them. They got them really looking good. They fed them good. Give them a big round of applause.
Entering the ring at this time is Class 12 of the heavyweight division. I need Class 13 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Lucia Taylor, Riley Pence, Aaron Gunsakira, and Kylie Pike. I need Class 14 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 11, first place, Bryce Baker, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Second place, Charlie Troxel, Breeder River Valley Farm. Third place, Gunnar Troxel, Breeder River Valley Farm. Fourth place, Evie Bartlett, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Fifth place, Whitney Hauserman, Breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Sixth place, Riley Smith, Breeder Hetrick Boar Goats.
we've got a really, really close pair here in this class. I really like the balance of these wethers. I like the bone. I like the stoutness, the flatness of bone. One just excels the other in that lower 1/3 of its body. When you get at them, you analyze them. When you look from stifle to stifle, this one here has just got some mass back there. Really puts down a solid leg, goes out across the ring, just reaches out and grabs your attention. Same way with the one in second. Boy, they did a good job, these young ladies showing these goats. One in second, I really liked him when he come in. I thought, boy, this is going to be a tough one. But when you get them out and you get to analyze them side by side, they're really close. This goat just doesn't have as much. When you look at his forearm compared to him, and we're between the width and the fullness of his twist, and then as he get right up by his tail head, he's not quite as flat and full in that area. But boy, they're a really nice pair. Young man, you just run into a buzzsaw. I'm telling you, you got a wether right here that shouldn't be in the third hole. If I'd have seen him earlier or later, I mean maybe later, you'd have probably been right up there. But them two ahead of you, you just got that. That's the luck of the draw. But man, you got a nice wether to stand in third. He just don't have the boldness that the two above him. When you look at the overall bone shape and then right behind these blades there, I got to be really critical of him. He wants to be a little tougher right in that area, but he's not as wide and as bold as the class winners. But man, I so appreciate you, young man, for the way you fed him and the way he has a feel and the way you presented him to me. Thank you. That was awesome. Now we get into one I really like. This goat. He's got a lot of show appeal, but boy, when I get at him, he wants to flatten right there in that center portion of his body, and he carries it. He doesn't have the forearm, and he doesn't have the stifle muscle that the ones above him. But I love the profile of this goat. I mean, I really hate to have to put him down and where he's at, but we got some awful good ones ahead of him. Then our last two, they just don't have as much product. If you'll notice, they want to flatten out in their rib right behind their blades. They don't have as much product down their top. But look how they're presented. These youngsters need a big round of applause. Let's give them one like they just hit a home run.
Entering the ring at this time is Class 13 of the heavyweight market goats. I need Class 14 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Tucker Denton, Lucia Taylor, Alexis Harless, and McKinley Fishback. Congratulations, Class 12. First place, Angela Jones, breeder Jones Family Farm. Second place, Alicia Boone, breeder A&B Goats. Third place, Peyton Miller, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Fourth place, Brooklyn Wareham, breeder Jones Family Farm. Fifth place, Riley Pence, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Sixth place, Emma Smith, breeder Hedrick Boar Goats. Just a reminder, after the final drive of the overall market goat, we will show the dairy wethers. Showmanship will be after the breeding does. And just a reminder, after the entire show is over, we want all of the exhibitors to come back to the ring. We have something for you, and you must be present to receive it.
We're getting up in the class now, the weights that some of them have a little more cover on them. They, there's a lot of product in them, but when you look at this big boy right here, you got to appreciate him for his style, balance, size of foot, structure. He sets his feet down. He's up on his pasterns. Look how clean he is up front. I mean, he's still really eloquent out through that shoulder and up through that neck. I think she said he weighed a little over 100. A lot of product in this goat to move, but boy, I'll tell you what, for a big boy, he really puts together a really nice balance for me. 1 and second, I think, fits him right in behind him on that overall balance and look. She's not as wide, she's not as stout in her bone, but I think when I get a hold of her top, she has the most top and the less cover over her rib. 1 and third wants to flatten out for me a little bit and just be a little bit narrower made. Been a little narrower made and doesn't have the power down in that bottom 1/3. Same way with the red goat here. It doesn't have as much muscle right over that forearm and over that stifle. Let's give him a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is class 14 of the heavyweight market goats. I need the first, second, and third place winners from classes 11, 12, and 13 to be making their way outside the arena. From class 11, first place, Bryce Baker. Second place, Charlie Troxel. Third place, Gunnar Troxel. From class 12, first place, Angela Jones. Second place, Alicia Boone. Third place, Peyton Miller. And from class 13, first place, Lucia Taylor. Second place, Erin Gunsakira. And third place, Riley Pence. Please make your way outside the arena. I need the lightweight and middleweight division winners, reserve and third overall, to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, class 13. First place, Lucia Taylor, breeder S&J Split County Farm. Second place, Erin Gunsakira, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Third place, Riley Pence, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. And fourth place, Kylie Pike, breeder 3 Goats and a Kid.
we get into our heavyweights here, you know, there's a lot of product out here in the ring, and I appreciate that big one. I was telling one of the ring help here, he doesn't have any more cover on him, a couple of the other ones out here, so that's really good. There's a lot of product there. Just he's got a little too much for me today, and he doesn't have as much muscle as he does. The fat content ratio with him is not as good as the top two here that I started the class with, but I think that the one I starts the class with, when you look at him, he balances up the best. He has the biggest foot. He tracks out the widest, has the most muscle there in his forearm. He's not as flat as our second place, out over that rib and into that forearm and into that stifle, one that wins that class. And 1 second here, because they got the best feel to their top and not as much cover on them. Like I said, the 1 and third, he's got a little too much cover, but it's surprising for as big as he is, he doesn't have an excessive amount. Then the 1 and fourth just doesn't have the overall balance. I got to change the structure in it, change its blades, set them back, and level it through its rump. Nice class. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time are the first and second place winners from classes 11, 12, 13, and 14. This will be the heavyweight division drive. Congratulations, class 14, first place, Lucia Taylor, breeder S&J, Split County Farm. Second place, Alexis Harless, breeder Hedrick Boargoats. Third place, Tucker Denton, breeder Jones Family Farm. Fourth place, McKinley Fishback, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. At this time, I need the following exhibitors to be making their way outside the arena. From Division 1, Grand Champion Tate Tislin, Reserve Champion Haley Moe, third overall Alexa Baker, and Middleweight Division Grand Champion Bryce Baker, Reserve Champion Carla Evans, third overall Rowdy Etling. Please make your way outside the arena at this time. I need the dairy market weather class to be getting ready in the barn.
Let's put our hands together for these top 5 in this heavy division. There's one out here that when they come in class, actually 2 out here when they come in class, I thought that was one of the deepest classes of all day. These 2 really were close. You can see the difference when I'm standing here, when I look behind them, but boy, that overall balance and that look and that show appeal, I really appreciate about these top pair. 1 and 3rd, I loved this goat when it come in class. He was really in early, put together a really complete package, but boy, when he got back out here, he just a little looser heighted than the ones above him. He just got out horsed by the 2 above him when I got him back out here to compare them. Really good 1/3. Told the young man he'd run into that tough class, but he got the chance to come back out and be 3rd. I told you it was a really tough class. I'm glad he got to do that opportunity to be where he's at. Then we got our heavier goat down there, one that has that eye appeal, just doesn't have the feel to it as the ones above it. Wants to be a little looser made, not tight heighted as the ones above it, but boy, really one that I love the balance and the appearance of. Give them a big round of applause. They come back and we're going to pick our grand champion.
Entering the arena at this time are the grand champion and reserve champions from the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight division to do the overall market goat drive. Congratulations, heavyweight grand champion Angela Jones, reserve champion Alicia Boone, 3rd overall Bryce Baker, 4th overall Peyton Miller, and 5th overall Lucia Taylor. At this time, I need the dairy market weather class to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Emma Smith, Riley Smith, Ellie Taylor, Logan Taylor, Ellie Taylor, and Brooklyn Wareham. Please make your way outside the arena with your dairy market weathers.
Well, I know we got more judging to do and more goats out here. I hope everybody hangs around to watch them. But when you do the weather show and you get down to this champion drive, I just want to, while I got a chance, I just want to thank all these wonderful people up here and the announcer back there, my ring help, because that's a thankless job. Let's all give them thanks for what they do. Thank you. I've had a great time out here. I've really analyzed them. I promise you kids and parents, I've looked at them, every one of them. You know I do because I walk them coming the gate. You know you can't go back and say, that judge didn't even see my goat. Just remember, it's my opinion. That's all that matters today is my opinion. It might be right or wrong, but that's what they hired me for. And a lot of you will probably want to say this one was better than that one. That's fine. I do the same. So I'm just saying this is my opinion. And when it comes down to that, I got to go out here and pick your champion in reserve. I think you've brought me a lot of good goats. You can be proud. Parents back there, we haven't had a bad goat out here. They've all been presented right. The kids are fantastic. That's the most important thing. The kids has been fantastic. I've enjoyed it, every minute of it. We're going to go out there. I'm going to pick your grand in reserve and hang around for these other kids. They got other projects like their does and stuff. Hang around and show them their appreciation because they're coming in here. The does is why these are out here. So let's give them one more big round of applause out here, and I'll go out and pick your grand in reserve.
All right, Peyton. Alexa Bacon. Alexa Bacon.
At this time, we need Alexa Baker with your middleweight. Congratulations, overall Market Goat Grand Champion Angela Jones, Reserve Champion Bryce Baker, third overall Alicia Boone, fourth overall Tate Tislin, and fifth overall Carla Evans. Entering the arena at this time will be the Dairy Market Weather class. After this class, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with the junior meat breeding dose.
77.
Yeah, good. We get into our dairy weathers here. It's there's different sizes and shapes, but what I'm looking for when I'm judging them is how much product they got in them, because that's what we want to sell is product. The one here's pretty big, pretty good goat. He weighs 77 pounds, I think. 91 pounds. I was kind of like, wow, what are you feeding it, lead? So no, it just likes to eat. Got the most product down his top. I think when you go to sell a product, that's what we got to look for, really one that has a lot of meat down his top. One surprised me when I got my hands on was the little black weather. He's got a nice top laying in him. That's why he's in second. He's got a lot of product down there. The one in third, again, I think that one's just a little more correct in its overall structure, but the one in third has a lot of product in it. Fourth, we kind of start falling off and product down the top. We got the dairiness there kicking in. The ones down there just doesn't have as much meat on them to go to market for a market goat. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, first place, Brooklyn Wareham, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Second place, Emma Smith, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Third place, Riley Smith, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Fourth place, Ellie Taylor, Breeder Taylor Farm. Fifth place, Ellie Taylor, Breeder Sharps, Little Green Acre. And sixth place, Logan Taylor, Breeder Sharps, Little Green Acre. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with the junior breeding does. Also, can we have a representative when you're done taking pictures from Jones Family Farm to come to the ring?
I get Class 1 breeding does to be making their way outside the arena? These exhibitors are Addison Sloan, Audrey Taylor, Gabe Ebbing, Olivia Havarilla, and Lillian Taylor. And can I have Class 2 get ready in the barn? These exhibitors are Riley Pence, Lauren Best, Carla Evans, Peyton Miller, and Tanner Ditton.
Entering the ring at this time is Class 1 of the Junior Meat Breeding Does. I need Class 2 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Riley Pence, Lauren Best, Carla Evans, Peyton Miller, and Tanner Ditton. Please make your way outside the arena at this time. I need Class 3 to be getting ready in the barn.
We start with our junior does here. I got the one that I think is the most feminine up front. When you look at her, she's got her spread to her horns. She's got an attractive face and wide there in her, between her forehead and her eyes. Really like how feminine she is up front. She's got as big as bone. Really sits down square on her feet. She's up on her pasterns and has just a double teat setting down there. I like, because in the boars we have a lot of trouble with udders. I like that about her. She's really a nice doe to start with. One and second and followers are in conformation, just not as heavy in her bone. Wants to be out over her knee just a little bit more, a little steeper in her rump. Again, I would change the one teat on her, but I think it's okay. So we're gonna put her in second, but she just doesn't have the boldness and the square up over her top and right there behind her shoulders. The one in third, I really like this little doe. I think she has a really unique pattern for me. Just she got beat by pounds. I'd like to maybe raise her a little bit on her rear pasterns. I'd seen that in her when she came in. But a really nice doe, just got out-horsed by the bigger ones today. Really a nice one to work with. Same way with the red ones. I need to level them through their rump. They want to be a little steeper in their rump and kind of out over their knee. They need a little more condition. But other than that, they're really nice does. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 of the Junior Meat Breeding Does. I need Class 3 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, Marley Manning, Will Taylor, Carissa Raymond, and Chloe Rott. I need Class 4 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 1, first place, Olivia Havrilla, breeder Sharp's Little Green Acre. Second place, Addison Sloan, breeder JoJo Ranch. Third place, Gabe Ebbing, breeder Haywire Homestead. Fourth place, Lillian Taylor, breeder Taylor Family Farm. Fifth place, Audrey Taylor, breeder Taylor Family Farm.
In this class of young does here, we've got really from top to bottom, you just got to sort through some things that you like. I mean, I like a lot of things about all of them out here. This is a nice class from top to bottom. I just got to look at structural correctness, how they set their feet and legs, how they're up on their pasterns, how wide they are, how depth of body. I like depth of body in does. I like for them to be eloquent out front, you know, out through their neck, be a ladylike with width between their horns, or wide through their skull. I think these two are pretty much pretty close in that area. This one excels that one in overall shape, right there in her rib. And when I get down into her, down in that bottom 1/3 to be able to put muscle on. I like the doe in third. Just got to lever her through her rump a little bit and maybe clean her up down in that bottom 1/3. As you look down in that chest floor, she wants to be a little looser made, not as clean and bold down in that area. But I love the body and the depth of body on her. Really place a nice, that's a nice doe to be placed in third. We get down fourth and fifth. Again, one that just doesn't have the bone structure. I really like the eloquent out over her head and neck, and really looks like a lady. Just needs a little more time. I think she's going to get better as time goes on. I see her being a little finer bone, a little finer in her feature. Then the one down here in the bottom, I see her being not as opened up in the bottom 1/3. And you look at her, she wants to be downhill a little bit. But boy, really nice body, conformation on her. Jack her up on her pasterns a little bit. But boy, that was a nice class from top to bottom. Give them a round of applause.
We need Tegan Tislin with your junior meat breeding doe to be entering the arena at this time. Congratulations, Class 2, first place, Peyton Miller, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Second place, Lauren Best, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Third place, Tanner Denton, breeder D3 Farming. Fourth place, Riley Pence, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Fifth place, Carla Evans, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. I need Class 4 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Agnes Vandergrift, Kira Moe, Tucker Denton, Henry Gray, Charlie Troxel, Jacob Foreman. Class 5, please be getting ready in the barn.
We get in this class, we've got a doe that's quite a bit bigger pound-wise, frame-wise. She's really structurally correct, really got the right size bone, feet, and legs. Really looks like a lady out through the front end. I really like this doe. Really nice doe to start the class. The dapple doe follows her. An overall body conformation, size of bone, really clean fronted. I think she puts together a really nice package for us. Just got it kind of out-horsed and out-pounds in the first one, but a really nice pair. We get down to 1 1/3. She's a little smaller, a little frailer in her features, but I like the boldness to her forehead. I like how she sets up on her feet. I might give her a little more shape, or a little more bone shape, and but being critical, that's a nice little red doe, just got out horsed. The white doe, she wants to flatten out in her overall skeleton. She wants to be out over her knee a little bit. I guess got to open her up and give her more mass in the center portion of her body. But nice does. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 of Junior Meat Breeding Does. I need Class 5 to be making your way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Grant Liming, Eden Myers, Alicia Boone, Haley Moe, Walker Denton, and Tucker Denton. Congratulations, Class 3. First place, Will Taylor, Breeder Taylor Made Farm. Second place, Marley Manning, Breeder Wolfer Family Farm. Third place, Chloe Rott, Breeder Rising Star Show Goats. Fourth place, Carissa Raymond, Breeder Sharps Little Green Acre.
I'll be the first to admit there's a lot of differences out here. The big doe here, really, when she's out on the move and going around the ring, she looks like a Bordeaux should look. She has that look to her. She really looks eloquent, looks like a female should. Got a lot of body, strides out. It's a really nice doe. I like their conformation really well. One in second, she's totally opposite. She's a little bit more tubular in her body, but I tell you what, she gets out and finally gets moving for her. I really like how long-fronted she is. I like the shape to her rib. I like how clean she is down in that bottom 1/3 of her body. She's clean as anything in here. And when you get in behind her, she's got a really nice hip laid in her rump, sets them feet up. She's up on her pasterns, really one that wins it on structure. Gets second in structure. 1 and 3rd, I really like this doe from her hip forward. If I could change her hip, the way she sets her feet, the way she wants to be a little steeper in her rump, I want to widen her and give her a little more thickness down in over her stifle to stifle, but I like the front 2/3 of her. Same way with the paint doe here. One that I really like the front end in her. Got to clean her up a little bit in the bottom end, right down in that chest plate, but give her a little more boldness there as she goes away. Open her up. Same way with the one, the all red doe. She's just got to be wider and walk out wider. She wants to be a little narrow made. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 of the junior meat breeding does. I need Class 6 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Kaylee Rott, Logan Harless, Emma Smith, Lucia Taylor, and Leah Riley. I need the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place winners from Classes 4 and 5 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 4, 1st place, Agnes Vandegrift, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. 2nd place, Kira Moe, breeder Rising Star Show Goats. 3rd place, Charlie Troxel, breeder River Valley Farm. 4th place, Tucker Denton, breeder D3 Farming. 5th place, Henry Gray, breeder Sweet for the Soul Farm.
In this class, we've got some different size and pound size, and we got a variety of different things here. And I got to nitpick them apart. There's not a bad dough out here. The dough I chose to start with, the one I think it puts together the most structural correctness, length down her top. She's pretty bold through her rib. You look at her right in the center portion of her rib, carries that on back, the depth of body, one that looks like a dough that's can go on and do multi-purpose things. I really like that dough, the flatness of her bone. One is second, she's not near as heavy boned, but I like the feminine look to her. She's really long fronted, long down her top. She's not as wide down in that bottom 1/3 as some of the others in the class, but when I look at that balance standpoint, fits right in that second hole. Third place dough right here really would give her a shot more bone, maybe open her up just down in that bottom 1/3. She really needs to be opened up right there when you come off of her rib and get down to the bottom 1/3 of her body. I would open her up a little bit, but boy, she's really still attractive on the move and outgoing. She's up on her pasterns really good. That's where our next one, she beats the next one. The next one wants to be down on her pasterns a little bit there in her back legs. I change her maybe a little bit behind her blade, but I like how clean and feminine she is out through her front end. Really nice dough to be down this far. Then we get back here in these does. One is kind of flatter in her rib, flatter in her muscle here, but I think when it comes down between the two, she holds herself together. The big black doe wants to fall apart when she's on the move. Really got to change that hip and hind leg in her, jack her up on her pasterns, make her walk out a little better. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the ring at this time is Class 6 of the Junior Meat Breeding Does. At this time, I need the first, second. At this time, I need the first, second, and third place winners from classes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to be making their way outside the arena. Congratulations, Class 5, first place, Grant Liming, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Second place, Walker Denton, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Third place, Tucker Denton, Breeder D3 Farming. Fourth place, Haley Moe, Breeder Rising Star Show Goats. Fifth place, Alicia Boone, Breeder A and B Goats. Sixth place, Eden Myers, Breeder 3 Goats and a Kid.
As we get into this class, there's a lot of give and take here. We got to look at features that we like and put priorities on. The red doe is by far the biggest through her body. She's widest and the deepest and carries it all the way back. She's really got the right angulation to her hip and rump. I really like that about her. I would stouten her up in her feet and legs a little bit, but she is up on her pasterns. We get into the second one that really falls off, and we get down in that bottom 1/3 of her body. She doesn't have near as much muscle and boldness down in there, maybe a little steeper in her rump. 1 1/3. I really like this doe. She just kind of got out horsed today. If she was about maybe a month or two older and was deeper, wider through her chest, I really like the structure about her. She wants to be a little steeper in her rump than I prefer ideal. That's why I put her down a little more, but I would level her through her rump. I could move her on up. And then the doe that's next here, she's really, really down on her pasterns. I would change her from her hip back, the way she lays in her hip, and her front legs, she wants to be out over her knees a little bit. Got to change her structural makeup. Same way with the one at the end down here. She really steep rump, really narrow made down in the bottom 1/3. She's got a lot of cover on her. Really nice doe. They've done a good job getting her ready. She really, young ladies presented her really nice. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time are the first and second place winners from classes 1 through 6. I need third place winners from classes 1 through 6 to be outside the arena at this time. Need class 7, the first class of yearling meat breeding does to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, class 6, first place Logan Harless, breeder Hedrick Boar Goats. Second place Kaylee Rott, breeder Rising Star Show Goats. Third place Leah Riley, breeder Woofer Family Farm. Fourth place Lucia Taylor, breeder S&J Split County Farm. Fifth place Emma Smith, breeder Hedrick Boar Goats. At this time, I need the third place winners from classes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to be outside the arena on standby. I need Class 7 yearling meat breeding does to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Bailey Fishback, Leah Riley, Riley Smith, Will Taylor, and 2 entries from Jake Bunting. Please make your way outside the arena at this time.
I got to talk about this division of these young does. These 3 here, they're awfully close. There is some differences. There's some priorities that I make. First and second was, well, all 3 of them were close, but I really started narrowing it down to these first 2. The doe I chose to start with, when you look at her right behind her shoulder blades, she's the boldest right there in the roundness to her rib. She carries it back into just a wider and thicker made stifle from stifle. And I think when you look at a doe and that hip is square, she can go ahead and breed and then produce a kid without any trouble. The one in second, really, I love how up-fronted she is. That really impresses. She's really tall, got really nice foot in her. The thing I see the difference is she's not quite as long down her top as her class winner. But boy, they're awful close. Same way at the one in third. What's to flatten out? The one in third wanted to flatten out just a little bit when I started analyzing the total rib shape. And then when we got back over in the pasture, and she's down a little more in her pasture than the other 2. But boy, really nice doe. I love her on the walk. Then our dapple there, I think when you analyze them, got the most body, most correctness, most soundness goat for being 4th. And then 5th, I like that doe. If you really study her head, she has a beautiful head on her. And I know that don't think, what's that got to do with it? But later on, you'll see she'll be wider, she'll be thicker. I really like that boldness and the width to her horns and her skull and her forehead. Let's give them a round of applause for these top 5.
Oh. Entering the arena at this time is Class 7. This is the yearling division. Congratulations, Junior Division Grand Champion Grant Liming, Reserve Champion Will Taylor, 3rd overall Agnes Vandegrift, 4th overall Marley Minning, and 5th overall Kira Moe. I need Class 8 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Bailey Fishback, McKinley Fishback, Peyton Miller, Carissa Raymond, Gunnar Troxel, and Walker Denton. Class 9, please be getting ready in the barn. When you're done getting pictures, can we have Grant Liming, Will Taylor, and Agnes Vandegrift come up to the announcer stand, please?
In these bigger does, we got one that starts the class with just that overall body width and depth, sets her feet and legs the way she should, really comes out of that rump with the right angles, really up fronted, really nice doe to start the class. I really like a lot of things about her. A lot of thickness there, but she's not overly fat, but I like the thickness of her. Really up on her pastures. 1 and 2nd, follows her in tight, but she just don't have as much bone. She's up on her pastures. I just see her not being as wide center portion of her body. When I look at her blade, she wants to flatten in that area just a little bit. But a really nice doe to be in 2nd. 1 and 3rd, follows a 1 and 2nd. I just see her not being as good in her shoulder. Yep. And it just don't have the thickness down in that bottom 1/3. Wants to come in, and her front legs are a little bit more, not as bold in her chest, but a nice doe in 3rd. Same way with 1 and 4th. I see her wanting to break apart right behind her blades there. Wants to be a little steeper in her rump, and as I watch her walk away, she don't want to handle her hind legs as good and smooth as the ones above her. Then her black doe just needs to be wider made, have more boldness to the center portion of her body. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the ring at this time is Class 8 of yearling does. I need Class 9 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Brooklyn Wareham, Eden Myers, Peyton Miller, Carissa Raymond, and Olivia Havarilla. I need Class 10 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 7. First place, Will Taylor, Breeder Taylor Made Farm. Second place, Jake Bunting, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Third place, Jake Bunting, Breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Fourth place, Leah Riley, Breeder Wolfer Family Farms. Fifth place, Bailey Fishback, Breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Attention in the barns, if you could please keep your pigs out of the aisle where we have the goats. If you could keep them in your pens, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
We got a really nice class of does here from top to bottom. We started with the doe that I see as being the boldest and really up-headed. When you look at her, she's really up-headed. Her head sets in her blades right at the point of her shoulder. Really pretty up front. Look at that head spread, that head on her. She's got a horn spread there. Got some feet and legs. Really nice structure on her. The only way I thought it was really close was I thought the second was a little cleaner down in her chest plate, but this one excels her in overall mass of skeleton. Really nice class winner. One in second, I like her a lot, this red paint doe. I'd give her a little shot more bone, maybe a little level or just a little bit from her hooks to her pins, right in that area, maybe widen her a little bit down in that lower part between her stifles there, but a really, really nice doe to be in second. One in third kind of follows them in that body capacity. Really deep bodied. I'd like to change her maybe the way her front legs set sometimes and give her a tick more bone, but yet keep her feminine. I really like her. Kind of wants to fall apart a little bit on me sometimes right behind her blades as I'm studying her, but one that really nice in third. One in fourth, again, just outmassed. Needs to be wider. If she had the pounds on her, she might be right in there. I see her being a little finer in her feature. When you look at her, the bone in her wants to be a little rounder, but she's up on her pasterns really, really well. Same way at the one, red doe. I got to lengthen her body, level her through her hip, give her a little more product down the bottom 1/3. The same way with the one that trails the class, just not enough muscle down that bottom 1/3. Maybe level her through her rump. She wants to be a little narrow from her hooks to her pins. Really nice class. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 9 of the yearling breeding does. I need Class 10 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Riley Pence, Alex Gunsakira, and Aaron Gunsakira. I need Class 11 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 8, first place, Peyton Miller, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Second place, Bailey Fishback, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Third place, McKinley Fishback, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Fourth place, Walker Denton, breeder Jones Family Farm. Fifth place, Gunnar Troxel, breeder River Valley Goats. Sixth place, Carissa Raymond, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre.
Well, we had some differences in this class to work with. We had some overall width. We needed some width. We needed some more bone structure. In some of these does, but I started with the black-headed one here. When you look at her, she's opened up. She's has the most shape to her rib, carries it on back, really level her through her hip, got some bone. She's up on her pasterns. It's kind of tough to show for her sometimes, but look at the spread between her horns. I really like that about her. The one in second, I like a lot of things about this doe. I think she's carrying a little more cover. I'd sure like to change her the way she comes out of her rump there to move up any higher, but I think she's steep and wants to be a little tight there. But when I look at that body and the body capacity, I think she fits in the second hole. The one in third here, one I'd like to really strengthen her top line. She really wants to come down on me behind her blades and not be a level, but I like the boldness about her from her forehead down all the way down to the bottom of her chest and the flatness of her bone, size of her foot. Then her dapple here has to have more shape, more muscle down in that bottom 1/3, be a little heavier bone. The one at the ends of class, I really like a lot of things about her. She's just got to be bolder, and she wants to get a little goofy sometimes on her back legs for me, but I really like that doe to be down in this lower part. But when I look at her and analyze her, she wants to come in at her front legs. She don't want to be as open there in her chest, but a really nice doe to be at the end. So let's give them a big round of applause for all of them.
Entering the ring at this time is Class 10 of the yearling meat breeding does. I need Class 11 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Bryce Baker, Alicia Boone, Audrey Taylor, and Lucia Taylor. I need the first, second, and third place winners to be getting ready in the barn from classes 7, 8, and 9. Congratulations, Class 9, first place Eden Myers, breeder 3 Goats and a Kid. Second place Carissa Raymond, breeder Sharp's Little Green Acre. Third place Peyton Miller, breeder Hickory Flats Farm. Fourth place Olivia Havrilla, breeder Sharp's Little Green Acre. Fifth place Brooklyn Wareham, breeder Jones Family Farm.
We've got 3 in this class, and we've got one that just kind of excels the class. The bigger doe here, when you look at her, she comes at you wide, goes away from you wide. Really got a lot of capacity right there in the center portion of her body. Really like how bold she is up, but yet she looks like a lady through her skeleton and up through that front end. One that puts together a lot for me. Then we get down into the one in second. Down there, just a little cleaner down in that bottom 1/3, and the one in third, I think, has more muscle and a little more depth of body. Really comes off her hind legs a little bit better. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 11 of yearling meat breeding does. I need the first, second, and third place winners from Classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 to be outside the arena for the yearling drive. Class 12, please be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 10, first place, Riley Pence, Breeder Sharps, Little Green Acre. Second place, Alex Gunsakura, Breeder AMG Homestead. Third place, Aaron Gunsakura, Breeder AMG Homestead.
The doe that we started the class with, by far the longest bodied in here. I really like the depth of body she has she's opened up as much as any of them in that bottom 1/3. Got her head up, stuck up in the air. It's right out of that point of her shoulders. A doe that looks like a mother. So really nice doe. Second, I got to change her hip. I like this doe, front 2/3 of her, but she wants to be a little steep in her hip for me. Wants to be jacked up in the air. I don't know if her tail takes away from that, but really a nice doe. Really a lot of body to her capacity to be in second. 1 and 3rd, I make her a little bit longer bodied. She wants to be a little shorter than the 2 above her. Wants to flatten out right there behind her blades, right there where the curvature of her rib is. She wants to be a little flatter, a little steeper in the rump. Then a young lady right here's got one that's working. She's working for a living. She's kind of at a disadvantage. She don't have the flesh on her, but boy, she's already got her working, making money with her. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time are the first and second place winners from classes 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. I need the third place winners from those classes to be outside the arena. I need class 12 to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, Class 11. First place, Lucia Taylor, breeder Rising Star Showgoats. Second place, Alicia Boone, breeder Jones Family Farm. Third place, Bryce Baker, breeder Jones Family Farm. Fourth place, Audrey Taylor, breeder Jones Family Farm. At this time, we need McKinley Fishback with your third place winner from Class 8 to be outside the arena. At this time, I need Class 12 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Brooklyn Wareham, Bryce Baker, Tanner Denton, Jacob Foreman, and Jake Bunting. Please make your way outside the arena. Class 13, please be getting ready in the barn.
Well, I'll talk about these top 5 up here a little bit. The one that I started with, when she come in class, it was kind of a done deal. As she's opened up, she's bold, got a lot of shape to her rib, carries it all the way back, really up on them pasterns, really got that head and neck up there where it's supposed to be. That's a really nice doe to start this deal off with. The one in second, I really like her, a lot about her. She really puts together some boldness up front, carries it back through. And when you get behind her, you got to appreciate that lower 1/3 of her rump. I think that when I analyzed them, I liked her when she come in that class. She's wide, and I analyzed her in the final drive here. I think she puts together a lot for me. 1 1/3, again, one that is up-headed, got some shape to her rib. If I'd like to maybe jack her up a little bit on her front feet there a little bit, lengthen her just body to get her above the other two, but I think fits right in that hole with that overall femininity and just being a mother look to her. Then the black-headed doe's really opened up. I want to jack her up a little bit in her front end to get her up any higher, but she's a really wide, opened up, big-footed, heavy-boned doe. I think the young lady done a nice job. Then we get down to the last one that fits a pattern. A lot of body, a lot of length at the top, a lot of length at the front. Really sets her feet down nice. Congratulations to all of them.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 12 Senior Meat Breeding Does. I need Class 13 to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Angela Jones, Addison Sloan, Alicia Boone, Will Taylor, and Olivia Sloan. Please make your way outside the arena. Congratulations, yearling grand champion Riley Pence, reserve champion Peyton Miller, 3rd overall Will Taylor, 4th overall Eden Myers, 5th overall Jake Bunting.
we get into this class, we've got one here that just kind of stands out when you look at that overall mass to the center portion of her skeleton, the open width, and she's got a lot of depth, sets her feet down. We're starting to get into seniors here, and you'll see a lot of structural things different on senior does, but she really holds it together really nice. I think one that really puts together a nice package. One in second, she's working. She's got kids. She really holding together her condition, a lot of depth, a lot of shape to her rib there, carries it back in a long package, really elegant up front. One in third, really a little shorter in her overall makeup, not as long neck, doesn't have that real pretty front on her, but when you look, compare her to the cleanliness down in her chest floor and opened up down there, she excels the other two. The other two just need to be wider and have a little more muscle. The doe down on the end, I think, just needs a little more time, a little more, she needs to be fed a little bit more, and I think she can move up. Nice doe from top to bottom.
Entering the arena at this time is class 13 of the senior meat breeding does. I need the first, second, and third place winners from class 12 to be outside the arena. Congratulations, class 12. First place, Brooklyn Wareham, breeder Jones Family Farm. Second place, Jake Bunting, breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Third place, Tanner Denton, breeder Jones Family Farm. Fourth place, Jacob Foreman, breeder Hedrick Boar-Goats. Fifth place, Bryce Baker, breeder Jones Family Farm. I need the junior and yearling division champion, reserve champion, and third overall to be getting ready in the barn. At this time, we need Grant Liming to
Go ahead.
Sorry. Grant Liming, we need your champion doe to come up to the arena.
All right, we get into our senior does here. We got, it's a little different once they start being mamas and they start putting out, things in their babies and they start changing their conformation. The one we started with, she's really long, got a ton of shape to her rib, really good on her feet and legs. I mean, she's just a pretty doe that looks like a mama to me. One in second, I got to strengthen her in her top line. I know when they get older, they kind of want to do that. But when we're comparing them out here, I think she has a little more condition than the doe that we started with, but one that really fits the pattern as our class winner. One in third, I want to make her a little longer bodied. She kind of wants to come apart on me when I look at her hip, back to her back legs, and she sets down on her pastures. She's not quite as good and sound and sure about her hind legs as the two above her. Then the last two, they just need a little more condition, kind of want to change their feet, the way they set their feet down as they're going around the ring too. But nice does. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time are the first and second place winners from classes 12 and 13 for the senior meat breeding doe drive. I need the third place winners from 12 and 13 to be outside the arena, as well as the yearling and junior champion, reserve champion, and third overall. Congratulations, Class 13, first place, Angela Jones, Breeder Jones Family Farm. Second place, Alicia Boone, Breeder A&B Farm. Third place, Will Taylor, Breeder Taylor Made Farm. Fourth place, Addison Sloan, Breeder Sharps Little Green Acre. Fifth place, Olivia Sloan, Breeder Taylor Made Farm.
So we pick our top 5 here of our senior does. We got one, I think, that's just a lot bolder up front, got more muscle, got more bone. She just put together a really nice package for me. I liked her when she come in. Our second place follows her in kind. I like how upfronted our second place one is. I really like that pair of does extremely well. The one in third, she followed the one in second in class. I thought she looked a lot like her, just didn't have quite the features the other one did. And then as we get on down, we get our fourth and fifth ones that are really, really nice does. Let's give these kids a really nice round of applause.
Entering the arena at this time are the grand and reserve champions from junior, yearling, and senior division. I need third overalls for junior, yearling, and senior division to be outside the arena. I need class 14, the dam and daughter class, to be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, senior grand champion Brooklyn Wareham, reserve champion Angela Jones, third overall Alicia Boone, fourth overall Jake Bunting, fifth overall Will Taylor. At this time, we need Agnes Vandegrift with your third overall doe. Please make your way to the arena. At this time, we need class 14, Dam and Daughters, to be making your way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Addison Sloan, Audrey Taylor, Tanner Denton, and Will Taylor. Please make your way outside the arena. Congratulations, overall meat breeding doe grand champion Riley Pence, reserve champion Grant Liming, third overall Brooklyn Wareham, fourth overall Peyton Miller, and fifth overall Angela Jones. At this time, we need Audrey Taylor to make your way outside the arena with your dam and daughter. After this class, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with showmanship. The order will go, first class will be age 16 to 18. We'll have 2 classes of age 12 to 15, and 2 classes of age 8 to 11, and then we'll do Pee Wee showmanship. At the conclusion of the Pee Wee showmanship, we would like to have all of the exhibitors that have shown today to come to the arena because there is something for you. Also, if you are taking your goats home today, if they will not be in the sale, you have 1 hour to do so after the conclusion of the show.
We got our dam and daughter class here. We've got a pair that starts the class off fairly easy. As you see, as we generations move up, they get better. And that's what I look for in this, is the kid better than the mom? And that's the way breeding should work. Our pair emphasizes that. We got an easy class winner. When we get down to second place, I like the kid awful well. It better than its mom. I like that about it. It has some width to it over the other two. The one in third, I just see it being the mom being a little rougher in her overall skeletal makeup, kind of bad on her feet there a little bit, but the kid's improved. So that's why I put them in third. And the one down on fourth, the little red kid, it wants to be downhill and really steep in its rump, fine bone, but man, what a nice set of mother and daughter pairs here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Dam and Daughter Division Grand Champion Will Taylor, Reserve Champion Tanner Denton, third overall Addison Sloan, and fourth overall Audrey Taylor. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with the 16 to 18-year-olds for showmanship. At this time, I need exhibitors age 16 to 18 to be making their way outside the arena for showmanship. Those exhibitors are Lillian Taylor, Brooklyn Wareham, Angela Jones, Alicia Boone, Will Taylor, Peyton Miller, Alexa Baker, Charlie Troxel, Whitney Hauserman, Carissa Raymond, Hannah Grober, Riley Pence, and Tate Tislin. Please make your way outside the arena at this time. At this time, we need Peyton Miller to be making your way outside the show arena for showmanship. At this time, we need Carissa Raymond to be making your way outside the arena for showmanship. For the 12 to 15-year-olds, we're going to break this into 2 classes. So I'll need the first class of 12 to 15-year-olds to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Kira Moe, Savannah Pennington, Audrey Taylor, Grant Liming, AJ Cunningham, Kaya Florence, Carla Evans, Sam Oth, Walker Denton, Gunnar Troxel, Tucker Denton, Bryce Baker, Addison Sloan, Alex Gunsakira, Logan Harless, and Jake Foreman. That will be the first class of 12 to 15-year-olds. Please make your way outside the arena.
Okay. The senior in the red shirt wins. Yeah. First of all, let me say it's really fun to do this. You guys are all good. I've just found a couple small things, but you're all good. You've done a great job. Just a couple small minor things. Like when I'm looking, when I come and mess you up, I'm looking for efficiency of getting set back up and also back straight in line. That front in line. So I don't want, you don't want to be in and out, because when you're all this good, it takes just little, what you call stupid things that's going to change it, make you get in line. You got to be straight in line. Then when I had you switch, I seen a lot of you being courteous to your fellow show people, because you moved over and a lot of you come walking out and found your spot. A lot of you moved for your partners or your friends. Maybe they're not your enemies, but you still moved. That's what 4-H and all of what we do is about. Being good to one another. I know we're out here competing, but that's awesome to see you guys doing that. You've made my job really hard, and I like hard. If it was easy, I wouldn't do it. But there's a couple of you out here that I think that the whole time I looked at your goats, their legs were straight. They were never out of position. A couple of you made your turns, I thought maybe a little sooner than you needed to. Like I said, it's just minor. That's what I got to look for. So I'm going to go out here. They told me I need to pick 2 of you. I wish I could give you all the champion ribbons, but I'm going to have to pick 2 of you. That's the way life is. So congratulations. Y'all did great. I'm going to pick my top 2. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations for our senior showman. First place, Alicia Boone. Second place, Tate Tislin. Entering the arena at this time is the first class of 12 to 15-year-olds. There should be 14 total. The second class of 12 to 15-year-olds, please make your way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Logan Harless, Jake Foreman, Leah Riley, Kenny Heflin, Agnes Vandergriff, Eden Myers, Jake Bunting, Tanner Denton, Olivia Havrilla, Josh Grober, Bailey Fishback, Kaylee Rott, Gabriel Ebbing, and Lucia Taylor. Just a reminder for our market goat exhibitors, if you are taking your goats home today, if they are not in the sale, you have 1 hour after the conclusion of the show to take your goats home. At this time, we need the second class of 12 to 15-year-olds to be making their way outside the arena.
Let's put our hands together for these guys. They're doing an excellent job. Again, there's just some minor differences out here. Some of them made their turns too soon. Some of them not in line. Another thing, and it's gonna help the people back here if they're listening, stay off of the rail. The judge likes to stay back so you can walk down there and look at your front. You need to stay off of the fence. There's a couple of you did, and I really was impressed at that because the rest of you kind of got too close to the fence. You want to give the judge room to walk down through there. So that's going to benefit back here, but you guys know in the future. That's one thing that I'm looking for. I want to be able to walk down through there and look at their front ends. You do a great job setting them up. You're efficient with your time. It's about getting them legs set. And as you get older, you'll realize that. But, you know, when you get a goat set, let him set. Because the more you fidget with him, the more confused he becomes. The harder your work becomes. So you get him set, and just hang on to him. And when the judge looks at you, there it is. Not, well, the judge is looking, I gotta fidget with my goat. That will really make the goat uneasy, makes you sweat, and it's a lot harder than it should be. I notice a lot of you do that. I know you're trying awful hard, and that's great. I love competitiveness. But I got to pick a couple of you to come back. I'd like to pick all of you, but I got to narrow it down to a couple. So congratulations. You guys all did great.
For the first class of 12 to 15-year-olds are two exhibitors that will compete are Grant Liming and Jake Bunting. At this time, we have our second class of 12 to 15-year-olds. After this class, the two that are picked from this class, along with the two that were picked from the last class, will go in to determine the first and second place winner for the 12 to 15-year-olds, and then we'll do the 8 to 11-year-olds.
Okay, here we go. They was standing back there paying attention. For you folks sitting around here, did you see how straight the line was over here? That didn't help me none. Then they had their spacings right. That's awesome, guys. That's just awesome. Yes, give them a big round of applause. We switched directions here a little bit. We had a couple that was always crowded into a corner. And I thought, to be fair, because I knew they knew what they were doing, to be fair, we switched and let them be out front so I could get a look at them. It's a combination of things in my mind that watching you on the lead, how you handle your goat, how you're in tune with it, and that when you're on the lead, how good you look with it, making that animal look, and then when you get set up, and how long you can keep it set up, and its legs is not out of whack or it's not stepping out, and you're letting it relax. You notice a lot of them, they quit that fidgeting with their goats in this class. I seen one of them say, I seen them go like that. Their leg wasn't completely perfect, but they just said, you get what you got. And I'm not going to mess with that goat because you told me not to last time. So this is really, really, really a hard class for me to decide. I could take you all. A couple of you made some turns. Some of you put their hands behind their back with the goat, but that has to happen to break you up. But I'm not going to stand out here and talk on the mic all day. I'd like to talk about how good you are, but I'm going to go out and pick a couple. But don't think that the rest of you didn't do really good, and I'm extremely proud of you. Let's give another round of applause.
The two exhibitors that were chosen to go back in the ring for this class was Agnes Vandergriff and McKinley Fishback. Entering the arena at this time are the 4 exhibitors that were chosen for the 12 to 15-year-olds, so we can pick a first and second place winner. I need the first class of age 8 to 11 showmen to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Haley Moe, Kylan Cochran, Ellie Taylor, Logan Taylor, Easton Jennings, Josie Benjamin, Hannah Florence, Benjamin Florence, Joshua Florence, Marley Minning, Sophie Off, and Henry Gray. The second class will go in after that.
Okay, I'm going to have them talk a little bit here on the mic. They're so close and it's so good. I think it'd be cool. I want them to. I've asked them a couple of questions, and I'm going to have them answer them. Give me the three questions. Remember the three questions I asked them?
Name, 4-H club, age.
Got it.
Is it 4-H age or actual age?
Whatever you want.
Okay. Hi, I'm Bailey Fishback. I'm in Owensville Winners, and I am 15.
Hi, my name is Agnes Vandergrift. I'm from the Bethel Beavers and Sheepers. I'm 13 and I have been 4-H for, this is my 8th year.
Hi, my name's Grant Liming. I'm in the Ultimate 4-Hers. I'm 15 and I've been in 4-H for 4 years.
What do I say?
Your name,
Okay.
your age,
Okay.
how long you've been in 4-H.
Am I good? I'm Jake Bunting. I've been in 4-H for 5 years now. I'm part of the Owensville Winners 4-H Club.
Let's give them a round of applause. Now they get to know what I have to do. It's a lot of fun, isn't it? Okay, when I get them back out here, it's really close, and there was a couple minor things I've seen out here, and you just got to watch for kind of real small things. But there's just one out here that I thought, I've never seen their goats' feet out of whack. They've always had the right spacings. We stopped there real quick earlier, and it wasn't 2 seconds that they were right in the line. They pulled up and got right in line right away, was lined up, always had that goat looking, and it's just feet's been under it. It just really, really impresses me how they keep that goat set up at all times. So I'll go out and pick the top 2 for you. The other one is just a little bit behind on some of the, when I had them stop and set up, but they're goat, sometimes they're goat, and that's working as a team, your goat and you working together. But I think there's 2 of them out here just kind of excelled the crowd. Let's give them another applause, and I'll go pick your 2. And then the goat starts acting up after I say all that.
Entering the arena at this time is the first class of age 8 to 11 showmen. Congratulations, overall 12 to 15-year-old showman. First place, Grant Liming. Second place, McKinley Fishback. I need the second class of age 8 to 11 showmen to be making their way outside the arena. Those exhibitors are Olivia Sloan, Aaron Gunsakira, Alexis Harless, Ellie Hazelbaker, Kinley Likens, Evie Bartlett, Chloe Rott, Emma Smith, Riley Smith, and Brielle Cochran. Sorry, there was a correction. For the 12 to 15-year-olds, it was Bailey Fishback.
As we get into our juniors here, you can see they're really doing a good job. They're doing a lot of basics right. It's a whole lot easier to sort them, but I'll tell you what, they're doing a heck of a job, and you see them watching me. I don't have to worry about them. They know where I'm at. They know what instructions I give them. Kind of makes it hard for some of them when they got to be on the end to follow instructions, and they don't have the other ones to follow when they make their turns and stuff. So I kind of watch for that too. But there's a couple of them out here that kind of just got me as they come in the ring, and they've been out here and the feet's been set. There's one of them that just stayed off of that rail really good, other than the rest of them. But I tell you what, it's really good to have these juniors coming up. I'll go out and pick your 2 to come back.
The 2 exhibitors that will be coming back in for the 8 to 11-year-olds will be Haley Moe and Marley Minning. Entering the arena this time is the second class of 8 to 11-year-olds, and then we'll pick a winner for the 8 to 11-year-olds after this class, and then we'll do the overall. At this time,
I
we
think the
need-
goats and the kids are both getting tired out here. The goats want to get back to the barn. The kids is having a heck of a time, but they're doing a good job hanging on to them and putting them where they got it, trying to get them to stay where they want to. It gets harder as the day goes on. It's been quite a long day. I think there's a couple out here when they hit the ring, they got my attention, the way they walked with their goat, how they looked as a team and as a pair going around the ring. And then they've got out here, they've made a few mistakes. Their goats are wanting to really shove them around and all that. But I think in all, there's a couple of them out here that I think come to the top early. And so I'll go out and pick your two for out here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
The two exhibitors that were chosen out of that class were Emma Smith and Kylan Cochran. At this time, we have the 4 exhibitors from the 8 to 11-year-olds entering the arena to pick a first and second place winner. Outside the arena at this time, from the 16 to 18-year-olds, first place, Alicia Boone. Second place, Tate Tislin. From the 12 to 15-year-olds, first place, Grant Liming. Second place, Bailey Fishpack. Please make your way outside the arena at this time. At this time, we would also like to go ahead and call up the Pee Wee Showmen. Those exhibitors are Brenna Walker, Joy Walker, Blaine Kelch, Holden Lawson, Jonathan Gerties, Sadie Woofer, Brennan Woofer, Libby Riley, Julia Grober, Charlotte Sloan, Delaney Sloan, and Curry Benjamin. As we bring them back, our two top from the big groups, there was two
really hit me hard in their class, and they come back out here and they're just smooth. I know they're getting tired, so I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna pick your champion, Reserve Junior.
Entering the arena at this time are the first and second place winners from each division. Congratulations, 8 to 11-year-old first place Haley Moe, second place Marley Minning. We need the Pee Wee Showmanship exhibitors to be making their way outside the arena at this time. We would also like to thank our sponsors for today, the Clermont County Meat Goat Association, in memory of Donna Jennings, in memory of Judy Napier, Dan Miller, Pine Valley Boar Farm, Joe Miller, Hickory Flats Farm, 4K Architecture, LLC, Sharp's Little Green Acre, Kramer Myers, Waring Dickerson Insurance, Fox Valley Farm, Faye and Jim Miller, Three Goats and a Kid, Tailor Made Farm, Haywire Homestead, Hetrick Boar Goats, Rising Star Show Goats, and we would also like to send a thank you to Debbie Manning for donating the $500 raffle back to the club. Thank you. Just a reminder, after the Pee Wee Showmanship, we would like for all of the County Born and Raised exhibitors to come inside the show arena. Also, if you are taking your market goats home today, you will have 1 hour after the show to take them home.
All right, we got the I think the high quality out here, they're all doing a good job. Of course, the little guys, the goats, is giving up. The rest of them standing here at attention. And in this line right here, give it all away. When you look at our exhibitors out here right now, which ones have had their goat straight at me, straight in line the whole time? And that really separated them apart for me. So I'm going to go out. We got to pick grand and reserve overall. Okay, I'm going to go out, but let's give them all a big round of applause. It's been a long day, and they've done a heck of a job.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Showman Alicia Boone. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Showman Tate Tislin. Entering the arena at this time is our Pee Wee Showmanship.
Just as a reminder to all county born and raised exhibitors, if you would please stay to the conclusion of the show, we are going to have all of our exhibitors in the arena to give out an award to everybody.
Hi.
Say hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
You got anybody you want to say hi to? Okay, say hi to them.
Say hi.
Say hi to them.
Hi.
You got anybody you want to say hi to?
My name is Concurry and you don't have to say that. Hi.
You got anybody you want to say hi to your mom or your dad? Huh? Come on, say hi to them.
Come on, boy. You can't do it.
Say hi. Okay. Are you a junior? Are you a peewee? Huh? Are you going to show next year? Who do you want to say hi to? Mom? Who's that behind you? Your aunt? Want to say hi to Aunt?
Hi.
You want to say hi on the mic? Say hi? Huh?
No.
Say hi. Come on, say hi.
Hey, Dad.
You want to say hi?
Hi.
Say hi on the mic.
Hi.
You want to say hi to somebody? Your mom, dad?
Hey, Dad.
You got got somebody you want to say hi to? Huh?
Hi, Mom.
How about you? You got somebody you want to say hi to? Say hi, Mom, or Mom, Dad.
Hi, Mom.
You want to say hi?
Say hi, Dodie.